You have 7 wonderful people out here that are all volunteering their time to help you all today do the best that you can do. We have an incredible lineup of cattle ready for you to adjudicate, and we also have 3 wonderful overjudges which will shortly be introduced. Now, the next step I want you to listen all really close with. You all have been broken up into 7 age groups. All your age groups are out here. Sarah, can I get you to wave, please? Sarah is our 8 to 11 years old person. If you are in the 8 to 11 years old, after this briefing, I want you to go see Sarah. All understand that? Can I hear a big yes from the crowd out there? Yes? Awesome. Well done. So Sarah will be able to tell you your competitor number. There has been a couple changes since the first lists, so make sure you know your competitor number before we start. Sarah will also give you a piece of paper, and that is for your scorecard. The cattle are going to be numbered 1 to 4 on the net cards, so on your placings as well, it's 1 to 4 for how you place them. At the end of the timer, which you get 8 minutes to adjudicate each class, you will then go to your designated person in your colour. So to start with, the 8 to 11-year-olds, go to Sarah to get your card to confirm your competitor number, and then at the end of the 8 minutes, before you rotate classes, you will then go back to Sarah to hand in your card. Secondly, every scorecard must have your name and your exhibitor number. Comprehend? So I don't want to see one of each or one of none or vice versa. You need your name and your competitor number clearly written on your scorecard. You also have a line on that card which you must state the breed. Our breeds we've got today, we've got a group of Angus bulls, we've got a group of Brahman females, and we have a group of Brahman males. So if you're judging Angus, I want to see Angus bulls, Brahman females. The stewards are there to help, so if you have any questions, please come and find myself or one of our wonderful stewards out here, or we also will have more throughout the classes. Safety. Now, obviously, we've been with cattle all week here, and you all have a good idea of cattle. When we're bringing the cattle into the rings, once I tell you your designated ring, you're all going to stay on the sidelines until your group of cattle have done a lap and stood up. Once they've done 2 laps of the ring, they will then stand side by side, nicely well spread out so you can walk between them safely. I don't want to see anyone really close to the cattle because they can kick, and I don't want to see anyone hurt. So just keep that in mind. You will rotate throughout the 3 rings once the 8-minute timer has been completed. All right, now just listen up for what ring you are going to be starting in today. So this ring here that we're in here is ring 1. This ring over there is ring 2. The ring on the other side of the grandstands is going to be ring 3. So when I give you your age group, I'm going to firstly tell you which ring you're going to be in. And then secondly, I'm going to get you to go to your age divisions people, which are out here, to confirm your competitor number, get your scorecard, write your name and your number on the scorecard, and then head to your ring and wait on the sidelines until your cattle have walked into the ring. Does anyone have any questions? No? All right. So you will be speaking on your if you get into your top 10 of your division, the first class that you judge, you will be speaking on that class. You can also write notes on the back of your scorecard. If you need that back for your speaking at the end, you can do so. So I'm just going to get the people with our age groups just to put their hand up. So when I say out the age groups, so 8 to 11 years. 8 to 11 years. When I say so, no, not yet. you'll go to Sarah. 12 to 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, 17 years, and finally the 18 to 25 years. And these are the people that you will go to all day. So to start with, in ring 1, which is this ring here, we have the 15-year-old age group, we have the 12 to 13-year-old age group, and we have the 17-year-old age group. So I will repeat myself with that. In ring 1, we have 15 years old, we have the 12 to 13 years, and we have the 17-year-old. In ring 2, which is over here, we have the 18 to 25 years old, and we have the 14-year-old age group. And in the ring on the other side there, we have the 8 to 11 years old, and we have the 16 years old. Does everyone understand that? Everyone heard that? Perfect. If you've got any questions, just come and ask us. So now in some kind of orderly fashion, I'm going to get just go through here, and I want you to all go to now your age group person to finalise your competitor number and also to get your scorecard. Now also don't lose your scorecards for each class, please. Thank you.
One, two. Yeah, that was fine. All good. Ring 1, 15 years, 12 and 13 years, and 17 years. That is ring 1. Ring 2, 18 to 25 and 14. Ring 2 is 18 to 25 and 14. Ring 3 is 8 to 11 years old and the 16-year-olds. If you can't remember, follow the person in the bib. They'll go to the ring you're to be at. Once you have your card, please go to your designated ring. Once you have your first card filled in, please go to your designated ring. There's no getting out of it. You're still tired now from it. Yeah, no, it was good. I almost became a school teacher and then I went, I'm not, that's crazy. But I still boss you around like I'm a school teacher. Okay, ring 1, 15 years, 12 to 13 years, and 17 years. That is the ring that I am standing in right now. Ring 2, beside me, 18 to 25 and 14 years. You're over in ring 2. Ring 3, 8 to 11 years and 16 years. What's So what's going to go? Brahman bulls. Okay, so Brahman heifers will be in ring 3, which is over the back. Yep, over here. Brahman bulls will be in ring 2. Alex Olive, I saw that. And then the Angus bulls will be here in ring 1. If the Brahman heifers would like to go into ring 3, the Brahman bulls come over and go into ring 2, and we'll just hold the Angus bulls for a moment. If ring 1 is your ring and you are prepared and ready, I want you to go to this far corner and wait. Over there, just all in the corner so that we can get the cattle in the ring. If you're organised and have everything ready, over into this corner. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Yes, and a Ruby quick. Ruby here. Okay, we're getting ourselves a bit... She's taken my clipboard. That's okay. Okay, we're getting a bit of organisation now. If you've got your numbers, get into your rings, please, so we can get the show on the road. We will have 8 minutes a class. Ring, Leonie. All animals are numbered 1 to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is how you will place them off of the number on each beast. Can I have the 12 to Lawrence? Come here. And the 14-year-old person. I just need to grab you too.
How old? 13. Name? I'll let you on the list.
She's in there. What's her number?
90. Are you sure you're not on the list?
14-year-old group. Where are they? No, that's the 12 to 13, babe. We've got to find the 14s. Have you got the... Over here. So we need to find... Ruby. Here. This way. This way, Rube. What about Siobhan Randall? Is there one out? Lawson's out here in the ring. What about Siobhan? They're not helping me all run. Go and get hold of Terry, or Bonnie's going to, like, Brahmins are not my specialty. I don't have Terry's in there. Terry's there. I've got Terry Connor's number. Terry's there. Do you want Pot? Just ask Terry. Do you know anyone up there with another Brahmin? Can we get the Angus bulls in, please? Angus bulls, would you like to come over into ring 1, please? This is a really big class in here, so you guys just want to wait on the edge for a moment. We'll get the bulls to come in. They'll do 2 laps, and then we'll line them up and you can have a look. So just spread yourselves out. Step out of the middle of the ring, please. Stace, have we got ages for these bulls? Is there anything on there? Yeah, okay. So they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 with the bulls. They have all the information on the card, on the bib. So same as if you were judging a real class. feeling very beautiful. Oh, I'm feeling tired. Once you hand in your card, please don't leave the ring that you're at. Please stay at this ring, but you're welcome to bring your card over and hand it in, and we can get the show on the road. A machine and done, as usual. A machine. I'm done.
Not feeling much like a machine.
Tired. Been a long, long
I do. Not much. That's right. Yeah, yep, that's it. Writing it.
kind of got 24 minutes to do whatever you like now.
So like coffee time.
Okay, guys, you've got about, in the Angus ring here, you've got about 4 more minutes. If you're done, please hand your card in. Oh, we've got the timer on here too. Well, yeah. No, to this lady right here with that on. Here, these two. You got to take your card back to the person you got it from. Yeah, but we're still waiting on this class. Okay, I'll go take that class first. You've got a heifer? Righto. Started? Righto. So we're just going to have a little pause to let them catch up. Right? These guys are going. Right? Excellent. You're going to have to get data here because it's got to get in. If you hand in your card, please just wait in the corner again of your ring that you're in so that we can see who's done. Can I ask all parents to please vacate the area? Out on the grandstand, no parents allowed in the rings, please. Jake Phillips, have you handed your jing card in? Okay. And we hand in our cards. We're getting very close to swapping rings. If you have finished, please move to one corner of the ring and just wait, please. Just move out of the centre so we know who's finished. If you go and find the person you got it from, hand it back to them. Who you got your card from is who you hand your card back to. There's an empty table out. We got a couple of amazing school teachers that wouldn't mind lending or parents, some who are not fussy, 2 or 3, just to help sort some cards to make it easy to enter some information in. Okay, are all cards in? No? Can anyone hear me? Are all cards in? Leaders with numbers, are all cards in? 14s are in. 15s are in. 12 and 13s are in. Bonnie's good? What about over the back? What we're going to do, we're not going to do it yet, but we're going to walk through it. Ring 1 will go to 2, 2 will go to 3, 3 will come to 1. Okay, so you're literally just rotating like a clock. Not yet. Don't move. Just when they bring cards in, Troy, we're just for the entry. Okay, as smoothly as you can, please move to your next ring. Okay, so ring 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 3, and 3 comes to 1. Ring 1 is the Angus bulls. If you were in ring 3, you're now in ring 1 with the Angus bulls. If you were in ring 2, you've gone from Brahman bulls to Brahman heifers. If you were in ring 1, you've gone from Angus bulls to Brahman bulls. That should be the movements. Leonie, have you got you're on the timer? The whole. Okay, if you step to the Angus ring, step back so the cattle can do a lap. Move to the edge of the ring after you got your card so that the bulls can do a lap. All the information for the Angus bulls is on each bib, okay? All the ages and the weights, etc., on each bib. And the timer. Now that the bulls have moved off here in the Angus ring, your timer has started. You now have 8 minutes. Please stay to the side until they stop and stand up, and then you can move into the ring. Well, hang on 1 minute. Right, away you go. Angus Ring, we have 2 more minutes. If you've done, please come and hand your card to your person that you got it from. Okay, if you've got your judging done, hand in your card, please. Don't go to your next ring, stay here. Hang on, sorry, that was me. Now, we're just waiting. We've got to wait till I get the wave from over in the other ring. And then you can move to your final ring for judging. Okay, the blue cards, you're going to get handed your new card now before we move so we can get straight into it. Okay, we're getting some cards in now. One, two. Okay, we're getting ready to change rings in over here, but just don't walk into the next ring until you know it's clear. So just wait on the edge, please. So the ring you'll be moving to will be the one you have not judged yet. Okay, if you have completed your judging, I want you to come and sit on the grandstand, please. We're going to be very lucky to have a very highly esteemed judge have a chat to you. So come in, sit down, put your ears on. Hello, there we go, we're on. In you come, on the grandstand, on a chair, anywhere here, please. And I'm good at it too. Where's my phone with your write-up from Tuesday? Let me find it. Or just to give them a bit of an idea of, you know. Hello. How are you going? Lovely to meet you.
Great job the other day, sir. Thanks. I felt bad getting in late on the wrong plane.
I'm pretty happy you did because that would have been a 7:30 start. I love the 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, you did a good job. I'll tell you what, you're one of the very few blokes that never got lost for that.
I think Jen Lake also does. We get more deliberate.
But I think if you know, that if you come out, you know what I was.
Okay, everyone on a chair somewhere. Yep, we'll work her out. Is everyone seated, standing? Everyone can hear. We're very, very lucky to have a gentleman here with us today. He's also kindly donated his time to do the young judges for one of the rings. This gentleman is named PJ Butler. PJ Butler has judged in 93 different cattle breeds in 43 countries. He has judged all over the world. He came and he judged the Brangus and the Ultra Blacks and the Wagyus here this week and did a wonderful job. So I've asked PJ if he wouldn't mind having a chat to you all and let you know the type of things he's seen and the things he looks for when he's judging, that type of thing, even his commentary on how he talks about cattle. Okay? If you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask them. This is not an opportunity that you will get very often. Who wants to be a great young judge? Who wants to be a great judge? Here is an opportunity to ask a man who has judged all over the world amazing questions. So come up with your best questions. PJ, he's gone and hiding on me.
You ask questions.
I'll ask questions. I've got to ask PJ questions. Well, do you want to give them a little bit of your background first before we get into it?
Morning, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. I always get a little embarrassed having to judge these junior judges because I didn't come through this process at all. I don't think I would have made it through this process because a lot of my ideas are contrary to what most people like. So the way I place cattle isn't always the way that other people place cattle, and I think that's fine. It's a very subjective exercise and it's based on different objectives and resources and environments. So those of you who don't make it through to the next round, don't take that too seriously, because I'm sure that a lot of you, if you articulated why you sorted the cattle the way you did and evaluated them the way you did, there's good reason for that. The other, I think, giving you some background on why I evaluate cattle the way I do. So I'm from South Africa. We were on a 5th generation cattle, sheep and goat operation, and it was pretty rough. It was all native grass, mountains, hot summers, cold winters. And there were a few fundamentals that we learnt in that environment on what works and what doesn't. And we also had the opportunity to partner with a company that had cattle in the tropics. So we had Brahman and Braford up there, and Hereford Angus and Red Angus down south. And eventually we moved a herd to Mauritius in the Indian Ocean, which is just a tropical paradise if you're going on vacation, and absolute hell if you're trying to run cattle there, because we've got 3 meters of rain a year. So you quickly realize that there isn't a breed or a phenotype or a genotype that works everywhere. So we have to find cattle that are adapted first to their environment. And you'll never express an animal's or an animal will never express its genetics if it isn't adapted. So I think that forms the framework in how I build my ideas when evaluating cattle. The next thing is functional efficiency. Functional efficiency is something that's been lost in a lot of markets due to propaganda or an aggressive search for market share into environments that they shouldn't be in, or selecting perhaps a phenotype that's a little more terminal, and then you lose the functional efficiency in those cattle. And this is a 3-day exercise in trying to talk through these ideas and organize these thoughts. But I think that the basic premise for functional efficiency for me is that we have to make cattle that make money for the cow-calf guys, for those family farms. It's another thing, breeding cattle that make money for the abattoirs and the feedlots and the slaughterhouses. I promise you those guys will take care of themselves. They'll be fine. We don't have to set our family farms up as charities where we breed cattle to make money for someone further down the value chain. I think it's very important that charity begins at home, and we make profitable cattle that work at home. Fertility is something that I think a lot of people don't phenotype, and it's by far the most important economic trait when evaluating cattle. Well, I mean, the most important economic trait is stocking rate, right? If you aren't stocking correctly, you're losing. But once you look at cattle, fertility is so important, and my argument is it's highly heritable. It's a survival trait, and it's highly heritable. It's got low heritability if you select for fertility academically, where it's all based on nutrition and management. Yeah, then it has low heritability. But if you're comparing apples and apples, apples with apples, it's highly heritable. And the way you phenotype it is looking for cattle with hormonal balance, so feminine females, masculine bulls, and high inherent body condition, so cattle that are easy fleshing, soft. And those 2 combinations make a phenotypically fertile animal. So a feminine cow that's easy fleshing is fertile. A masculine bull that's easy fleshing is fertile. And a lot of people don't breed for fertility. On all our marketing material, whether it's a breed association or a herd, we say we breed for fertility, but we actually breed against infertility. So if you're culling the cows that don't calve every year, are you breeding for fertility or against infertility? Breeding against infertility. And I think we have to breed for fertility because it's the most important economic trait. So any other industry in the world focuses on their main profit driver. And the way we do that is selecting cattle that come into estrus earlier, cattle that bulls that have live semen at an early age, cattle that have got that hormonal balance and that high inherent body condition or easy fleshing ability. And this is always controversial as we move into the tropics with the more tropical Bos Indicus influenced cattle, but we have to force ourselves and discipline ourselves to try and find the females that can calve earlier in life and keep doing it through their lives. That's breeding for fertility. Longevity is also essential. I heard this on the mic a lot this week, and it's so true. Replacing females is incredibly expensive. So the longer we can get these cows to live, the longer we get our bulls out and working, that's also a huge economic driver. So I think, as you've noticed, muscle, milk, growth, marbling, I haven't even mentioned any of that. And it's all important, right? It's very important. But it's totally irrelevant if we don't first lay the foundation with those fundamental traits. because an animal with incredible marbling or huge muscle or a lot of milk with good growth, if it's not functionally efficient or adapted or fertile or has longevity built into it, it doesn't matter how much muscle or milk or marbling or growth they've got. The other thing is quality cattle do come in all different shapes, sizes, and colors. There isn't one shape, one size, one color that fits the entire industry. So when evaluating cattle, you've got to bear in mind, this is a national event. People have come from all different states. So you're going to find differences in type and kind. So I think just be careful you don't get yourself trapped into a certain body type and maturity pattern at these national type events, and rather find the good ones within their body type and maturity pattern. And then bear in mind that you're going to do the right thing by yourself in evaluating those cattle, but the breeders, the exhibitors, they have to make sure that your good one fits their objectives, their resources, and their environment. We're going to, I'm sure a lot of people who get to speak are going to talk about balance, and balance is essential. Balance is where profit is. Balance in every trait is where profit is, because the extremes become antagonistic to each other, and breeding cattle isn't a linear exercise. We like linear graphs, but breeding cattle is circular. So if 12 o'clock is perfect, 5 past 12 is off the cliff. So it's better to be 5 to 12 than 5 past 12. Once you go past optimum and reach maximum, you start losing functionality in cattle. So I think that's important to know, whether it's muscle or bone or milk, marbling, growth. 12 o'clock is optimum, but when you go past optimum, you're not close to 12, you're actually starting all over again. Does that make sense? So with balance, I said this in the Brangus ring the other day, it's become a word that we just flippantly throw out there, you know, like sustainability or equity, all these words that are buzzwords. But we have to use a definition, or have a definition, when we talk about balance. So balance, to me, is a few things. The first thing is it's a physiological balance. So it's when all the body parts fit together appropriately and in the right proportion. It's a balance of the endocrine system, and this happens in all mammals, okay, or all animals, where all the glands are functioning appropriately, whether it's the pineal gland or the thyroid or the thymus or the adrenal gland, the gonads, they're all functioning appropriately, and they're releasing hormones at the right levels according to their sexes, and that expresses itself in a phenotype. So when you see a female that looks a little stale and a little masculine, or a bull that's not quite expressing his masculinity, or the coat has got like a dull sheen to it, that's just an endocrine system that isn't functioning and balanced. The next thing, which I think Australians have probably got right more than anyone, and the New Zealanders have got it right too, is a balance between muscle, which is the product that we produce and sell, and fat, which is the energy it takes to produce that muscle. So we have to have cattle that have both those things, and it's different in the different sexes, because estrogen makes fat, so our females need to have a fat muscle balance. They need to be easy fleshing with some back fat, but they need to have some muscle, and that muscle needs to be in a feminine maternal package. Our bulls need to have a muscle fat balance, so they need to have muscle definition, they need to have muscle tone, muscle in their neck. That's testosterone. But they also need some fat, because that's the energy, right, that it takes for reproduction and for disease resistance, etc., with cows for milk production. So that's an important balance, is the fat muscle balance. And then the last point on balance is you have to have hormonal balance. So the females must be feminine and ladylike. I think the term I used on Tuesday was faces like princesses and bums like cooks. So if you focus on that, that's what an ideal female looks like. And the bulls need to, you know, honestly, a beef female should look like a full-bodied dairy cow, is what it should look like. It should be the skeleton of a dairy cow, but full-bodied. And then the bulls need to be the opposite of that, you know, full of punch and grunt that testosterone expresses itself in color patterns, in the coarseness of the hair on the neck, the look in a bull's eye. You know, a bull with testosterone looks at you as though you owe him money. A bull with a dead eye that looks lethargic, his testosterone flow isn't quite right. So anything that we discuss once the cattle are in the ring and we start breaking down structure and movement and skeletal attributes, that and skin type, you know, whether they're tropically adaptable or not, all of that falls into that criteria that we discussed earlier. So does that answer your question?
That was great. I enjoyed that. Yes, thank you. Now I'm going to change the topic a little bit because we've got 400 young judges sitting around this ring. When you're public speaking and when you're talking and explaining your choices, how do you go about doing that so that, like you did it beautifully on Tuesday, no one could disagree with you because you just everything you did so beautifully? So can you explain to all these young judges how to use their public speaking and the ability to compare animals and explain themselves, that kind of thing to them?
I think there were a lot of people who disagreed with me, to be honest. This is show business. It's not ice cream sales. So you get it's not the best way to make friends. But I think be candid. Like, say it as you see it. Just be conversational and speak about the cattle the way you would if you're out in the pasture at home evaluating livestock. I think there are a few things with that. The one is, and this is a challenge because you get given a microphone for a day, but you've got to keep reflecting the attention back onto the cattle, because I think there's a danger in cattle evaluation or livestock judging that a lot of judges think that it's all about them, right? Everyone's come from around the world to watch you, which is absolute nonsense. We're not the star of the show. We're the clown at the end of the parade. It's the same as, it's like a referee in a rugby game. I know you guys don't like talking about rugby anymore, but that's fine. It's like an umpire in a cricket game. How about that? Okay, so no one travels to the SCG or the MCG to watch the umpire, and that's our job as cattle judges, is just to facilitate that everything moves on. The second thing is, I think this is important, is all of you have got a first opinion, and when those cattle come in the ring, unless there's something glaring that you didn't notice when the cattle first came in the ring, we have to be efficient with our time with cattle judging, because it's not a spectator sport. And if you think long, you think wrong. So if you're going to make a mistake, make it quickly and make it honestly. You know, don't labor your mistakes. And I think that efficiency builds confidence, and it also keeps the show moving very well. A lot of you are going to become cattle judges, and my encouragement is, take every opportunity. There isn't a show that is too small or too insignificant. It's every one of those is a workout. It's training your eye. It's refining the process. It's trying out new things that you maybe can't try at a bigger show. And those workouts for me are essential. You know, my philosophy has always been, if there's a show 4 or 5 hours away and there's 15 head, you do it, because it's a workout. It's like golfing and going to the driving range. You need to do that. And I think where some of the more mature judges, and we need to all look at avoiding this, where we get caught into traps, is we say, okay, from now on I'm just doing national shows. And you start losing relevance because you haven't been working out, and your feet aren't on the ground at grassroots, and you haven't realized what some of the pains and challenges are within the industry at grassroots. And that's where you figure out that maybe this phenotype needs to be tweaked a little bit, and maybe we need to focus more on shoulder structure because this specific breed is starting to lose it. And you notice that in all these small regional shows. So if you get invited to judge, don't say how many are there, and just do it. You know.
And I really do support that piece of advice. Judge as many shows as you can. That's the secret. Otherwise, you forget how. Now, has anyone got a question? Adults, students, anyone? Here, I've got one from one of my favourites.
What is the breed you mostly really like judging?
He asked that question, giving me that side eye like a bull with a lot of testosterone. So now I'm a little bit nervous. I grew up with Hereford and Angus, and when you're young and you're full of, energy, you believe that every animal in the world should either be bred to a Hereford or an Angus. But what you realize soon is the more you travel and get out there and see different environments and different cattle cultures, different industries, you learn to respect cattle that are adapted to their environment, appropriate to that environment, cattle that fit in the industry. And whatever breed we breed, there are really good ones and really bad ones in every breed. So for me, I just like good cattle that are adapted, that have longevity and fertility and functional efficiency. I used to be hugely religious and dogmatic towards cattle breeds. I really don't care anymore. They just need to be good and be able to fit into the industry. And I think there is value in that, because a lot of us in agriculture, we make sentimental decisions and we're tied to what our grandfather or great-grandfather did. And that sentiment is just peer pressure from dead people. Like we have to get past that and start looking for opportunities that are actually industry relevant and have profit tied to them.
Thank you, PJ. Any breed, as long as it's a good one. Okay. Who else? Has anyone else got a question? I've got another one here. Oh, the little people. Where are the big people?
What do you look for in a cow?
So that's a great question, and I'm going to give you a roundabout political answer, if that's okay. So a cow needs to be in a nutritional state where she hasn't been spoilt and she hasn't been starved, so just a appropriate body condition. She needs to have started breeding early in her life and breed on time every year after that. A cow that breeds in a short breeding season, one that weans a minimum acceptable weaning weight for your area and your industry, one that weans at least 45%, ideally 50% of her own body weight at 7 months. So what that does is it stops your cows from getting too big if it's a 50% efficiency rate, and it stops them from getting too small when you minimize the acceptable weaning weight that your customers will take. And who's our customer? Who is our customer? Yeah, who's our customer? Yes, okay. So we grew up thinking the consumer was our customer, right? But very few of us here sell beef to a consumer. Your customer is the person who buys your calves at weaning or your bulls at the bull sale. That's your customer, and that's why it's so important to make sure that we're profitable for ourselves and we benefit our immediate customer. Down the value chain takes care of itself. So that's one thing. So getting back to your question about the cows, they need to be feminine and easy fleshing. They need to be sound structured on their feet and legs, and udder quality is essential. I think that we've got to focus on keeping these udders suspended above the hocks. Teat size and placement is essential, building fore-udder attachment into our females and some height and width in our rear udders. There's still a lot of beef industries around the world that tolerate a high volume udder that is poorly suspended. If the Holstein and Jersey guys can get their udders above the hocks, the beef guys can too. So that's essential. And then just no coarseness. Like a female needs to be refined and ladylike, and we want to avoid anything that's maximum, optimize it. I might be on thin ice in Australia because you guys do like bone a little more than I do. And bone is essential as long as it's appropriately matched to the body. too little bone and frail cattle obviously aren't ideal in a commercial environment, but we're also not in the ivory business. We're in the beef business. We don't need elephant legs. We just need bone that matches the body. And the reason for that from a physiological standpoint is there are two sets of hormones at play. There's your growth hormones and your sex hormones. The growth hormones lengthen the long bones and broaden the long bones, and only when they ossify and stop do the sex hormones start. So the more you delay the ossification or the stopping of the long bones and or the growth of the bones, you delay fertility. So your most fertile cow at home that's 12 years old and is calved every year, she's not heavy boned. She's also built a little bit downhill. So her shoulder height is slightly lower than her hip height. And it's because females ossify in the front first and then at the back. So the Holstein guys love talking about tall-fronted cattle, and that's the reason why they get 21% on first AI, is because there isn't balance in that. So what's the ideal cow? The average one. We've got to teach our marketing companies to come to us and say, I've just found a bull for you, or I've just found a cow for you. It's the most average bull you've ever seen. That's the one that makes you money.
Oh, I like that. That's awesome. That was a great answer. Is there any grown-ups with any questions before I tell PJ he's free from my grips? Oh, we've got another little person down here. You come to me. You've got way younger legs. Or you better come to me.
What do you look for in a bull?
You did one,
Yeah.
you do the other.
So exactly the opposite. So in nature, there's a concept called sexual dimorphism. So if three men are sitting on a couch together or in the front of a truck or a ute, their shoulders are touching. If they're not wearing hats. If they're wearing hats, their hats are touching. But if their shoulders are touching. If three girls are sitting in the front seat on in a ute, their hips are touching. And that's sexual dimorphism. So really the opposite of what you look for in a cow is what you look for in a bull. What's happened in a lot of our performance recorded herds around the world, where we're selecting for maximum growth, maximum muscle, maximum marbling, is our bulls and females start looking very, very similar. You can't pick the bull out of the herd. He's a little bit feminine, and his daughters are a little bit masculine. And what happens there is that's called sexual monomorphism. When you're selecting for growth traits or muscle using growth hormones, and you're automatically selecting against sex hormones, which means you're automatically selecting against practical fertility. So with bulls, you want them rugged and masculine. You want bulls with defined muscle shape and tone. The secondary sex traits need to be very evident. Good testicle size and shape, also good suspension. I do believe in equity. If a cow has to keep her udder above the hocks, the bull needs to keep his testicles above the hocks as well. And then a functional sheath. And there again, balance. Don't take all the sheath out of your cattle because you're going to lose softness. But we also don't want to have to plow with them either. You know, we don't want dual-purpose cattle that are for beef and for plowing up fields. So yeah, the bull is just a more rugged, bigger, masculine, punchy, grunty version of that feminine cow. And if you go into a herd, you must be able to pick the bull out from a mile away. He must look nothing like the cows. And he'll produce daughters that are feminine if he's like that.
That's true. Very true. Yep. Oh, my Kate, come out here, George. I'm not coming to you. Come on. This will be good. This will be good. I'm ready. Ramen breeder.
What is most important to you, structure, muscle, or fertility?
So fertility is by far the most important. Because without it you can't reproduce any of the other traits. And then muscle's going to come with fertility in your bulls. I think we need to avoid females with too much muscle shape and tone because it's a testosterone-driven trait. And then structure is essential for longevity. So that's foot and leg structure, shoulder structure, hind leg structure, strength of spine. while still being relaxed. I think, especially if you look at the dairy industry, and there's some North American animals getting like this too, where their spines get too tight. They're not relaxed enough in their spines. And that's a longevity issue, and it often comes with a straight shoulder. So we need really good angle on their shoulders. And the way to see that when you're looking at cattle is just watch them move. You know, the bigger step that animal takes, the more freedom of movement it's got, the more reach it's got through its shoulder, you're going to have a good spine on that female or bull too. And then with hind legs, just good shape on the hock, clean hocks without any swelling. And the lower joints are important too. We need flexibility in those lower joints. We need cushion in the pasterns. And usually a lot of the foot problems that have come in with some of the breeds has happened because of issues high up, a shoulder that's too straight, a hip to pin setting that's too flat. That tends to create steeper shoulders or steeper hind legs with more rigid joints, and then you start getting curling toes or flat heels, etc. So where's the guy who asked the question? He disappeared. Okay, great question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you to PJ for his time. I'm going to attack Jake now. I'm going to make him come out here as well. Yeah, you can go. You're right. I'm going to swap you over. We're very lucky. We've also got an Australian judge who does a pretty good job himself. Jake, do you want to give the young judges here a bit of a background?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Firstly, thanks Beef Australia, particularly Ruby Canning, for the opportunity to come and adjudicate this morning's classes. PJ, when I get home, I'm going to tell my wife that she's the ideal cow because she's got the face of a princess and the hindquarter of the cook. So I'll be blaming you, mate. My background in this wonderful industry of ours, I suppose, can be summarised into sort of three main things that I've done in my career. I'm a first generation person in this beef industry. Over the last 20 years, I've done nothing else but work in the beef industry. And so I suppose I've tried to dedicate everything that I do in my career and in my personal life to people like yourselves, because 20 years ago I was sitting in those seats, and so I can certainly understand the importance and the influence that these types of competitions can have on young people. The three main things that I suppose have contributed to my view on cattle and the things that I do in the industry is, one, being a cattle breeder. My wife and I breed Angus and Murray Grey cattle in Narracourt in South Australia, and being a first generation farmer, what that has meant for us is that every post needs to be a winner. We need every calf to be born alive, we need every calf to get to weaning, and they need to be extremely market relevant, because we do not have a lot to choose from. And that strict mentality has been very rewarding for us, but I wouldn't say that you could ever achieve it. It's an evolving and an ongoing process. The second part that has very much influenced my opinion on cattle is working for one of Australia's largest processing companies for nearly a decade, which was Tees Australia. I worked there as a cattle buyer. I've also been trained as an MSA grader. I've spent more than half of my career in chillers and meatworks all through the eastern seaboard of Australia. And so that really has given me a really crystal clear viewpoint that we actually work in the food industry. So we're producing product, and not contrary to PJ's views, but we're producing product that at some stage, mums and dads are the ones putting their hands in the pocket to buy the beef for the family. It doesn't matter if it's a McDonald's burger or a flash Wagyu steak at the signature restaurant here, or whatever it might be. So that has really helped form my opinion, I suppose, about carcass constitution, about eating quality, and more importantly, where that thickness and carcass actually sits on the skeletal frame of the animal, and what we might be able to choose and adjudicate in live animals that then reflects how those carcasses perform for the industry. The third part that has very much influenced my opinion of cattle is working in the breeding industry, and at the moment I am the extension manager for Angus Australia. So I work with some of the brightest minds in the world, which are here in Australia, around breeding cattle. And the number one job for a cow to do is to produce a calf that is better than herself. That is the number one job to do. So it's about having the type of cattle in a genetic package that can actually go forward and make us all more profitable, and producing more market relevant cattle that calve early, they're market relevant, and they meet our market specifications, whether it be selling weaners, backgrounders, feeders, replacement females, it doesn't really matter. So they're the three main things that have really contributed to my view and what I do in the industry.
Right, Jake. Young judges, what are we here to teach them? Can you give us a bit of an idea of, you know, how we talk about things, how we discuss stuff and things like that as a judge?
For sure. So I think one of the things we probably don't do great in young judging competitions is we actually put the cattle in front of you first. What I would encourage you to do is when you get home, get 4 hats out on the counter and describe the differences between the hats. Get an apple, a banana, an orange, whatever it might be, because our number one job in judging cattle is accurately describing what we're seeing and then having the ability to compare the animals. We're not actually looking for the perfect animal here. PJ's been doing this far longer than I have, but neither of us have ever found a unicorn. But what we're actually doing is trying to be accurate in our observations and then having the ability to compare these things and then relay those observations to whoever it might be. So for you guys today, what I would encourage you to do is just to tell us what you see. That's the number one job. What did you actually see? Don't get too caught up in the fluff about what the competition wants you to say and all those sort of things. Describe the cattle accurately. Compare the cattle. Why was one better than two? Two probably had something that was better than one. What was it? But in your mind, it wasn't enough to be first today. So I think that's what I'd encourage you to do. My great hope for you today is that regardless of what happens in the next hour, you just leave here with a bit more confidence, because all of us have started where you are today. Maybe not in a competition, but you started as students. And you know, this is a great honour for me to be out here on the hallowed turf of Beef Australia with the likes of Steph and PJ. But the point is, we all started as students, and now we have this wonderful opportunity to perhaps be considered as teachers. So I'm very encouraged and quite humbled to be here.
Jake, that was fantastic and spot on. So, all right, guys, thank you. Please be patient. We are getting there. We're just putting everything, collating it all together. So it might be another few minutes, but don't go anywhere. Okay?
to her. That's
Okay,
our
so
photographer
she's going to
up
take
there.
the group photo. All right. Could I please have all the school competitor attention for a second? We're going to take a group photo. Our photographer is standing up here in the pink. If you can all see her and give her a quick wave. We are now going to come and stand down here. Michael is standing here with the big hat on. Youngest at the front and oldest at the back. If you could all make your way down so that we can make this happen.
One.
All right, junior judges, I think we're about ready to go. Could we have a beef 24 on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. All right. Can we also, on the count of 3, have a real good fist pump and yeehaw from you all? Yeah? All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what sort of energy is that? Come on, liven up. You're about to get your scores. On the count of 3. Maybe even a hat raise. I know you've all got a big hat on. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Is there any cowboys in this group? Any cowgirls? Because I am not looking at any, that is for sure. One more on the count of 3. We want the biggest yeehaws you've all got in there, all right? 1, 2, 3. Right. Can they all go sit down now? Are we good? Are we good? All right. You can all return to the grandstand now. Thank you.
What do you want to hear?
I don't know. Anna just said to me you'd like to have a talk to the kids. No. No, you don't. Okay. That's all right.
Testing, testing, very nice.
That's ring 2.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to the microphone our first competitor in the 15 years age group, Ben Kingston.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Kingston, and before I place my judgment on this lovely line of bulls here in front of me today, I'd first like to start by thanking the overjudge, Beef Australia, the owners and exhibitors of these cattle, and anyone else who's made this day possible. Coming into the ring here today, I was looking for that bull that I know is going to be able to breed a good calf and do that well, and that's what's led me to place these bulls in the order of 3, 2, 1, 4. Bull number 3 here caught my eye as soon as I came into the ring. He's got a lovely strong top line, lovely masculine bull. He's got a great set of testicles there. He tracks great around the ring, and it was hard not to put him up in first today. The bull I've placed in second is bull number 2. Another lovely bull here today, lovely masculine bull. This bull did too also have a nice set of testicles on him. I'd say it would have just been that top line on this bull that's put him down into second. The bull I've placed in third is bull number 1. Once again, another lovely bull. This bull's got quite a lot of length about him, but I'd just say it was that, once again, that top line and probably lacked a bit of masculinity, this bull. And then the bull I placed in fourth here today is bull number 4. Lovely bull, he's a credit to his owner. I just think he's a bit overdone in this class today in terms of masculinity and just the overall sire appeal about this bull. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you very much, Ben. Our next competitor in the age group here will be Alyssa Ford. Welcome to the microphone, Alyssa.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I'd start, I'd like to thank the overjudge, Beef Australia, and anyone else who made this day possible. The order I placed these fine line of Angus bulls in here today was 3, 2, 1, 4. Bull 3 I placed in first as he was the most masculine bull of the 4 here today. He had a strong top line, nice width, nice strength, nice spring of rib, and that even testicular development. In second today, I had bull number 2. He tracked out well, had good muscle coverage, and showed that overall masculinity that I was looking for. In third today, I had bull number 1. He had a tidy underline. He just lacked that strength of spine and the masculinity of the bulls above him. In fourth, I had bull number 4. He was a nice bull. He had nice depth, good strength of spine. He just lacked that overall growth of the bulls above him here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. And in ring 1, our next competitor, please, Ava Smith.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my comment, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to anyone and everyone who helped make this day possible. I'd like to say a big thank you to Beef Australia for putting on this event for us, as well as the owners, breeders and exhibitors for this fine array of cattle lined up here for us today. I'd like to further my thanks to the overjudge for giving up his time to be here with us today. Thank you. When I stepped into the ring today, I was looking for a bull with that overall structural integrity and sire appeal that'll serve my heifers well when he steps out into the paddock. And for me today, that was bull number 3. This bull for me had a lot of bone and strength through his hindquarters. This bull had a lot of depth of shoulder and he was very masculinely developed, which I was really looking for in a bull. In second place, I placed bull number 2. It was the overall size and capacity of this bull which placed him high for me today. Although there was nothing very much drawing between the two bulls, it was the overall muscling that this bull had, which was carried down well through from his shoulder. In third place, I placed bull number 1. This bull had a lot of size about him. He was very broad along his front. This bull had a lot of strength about him through his neck. In fourth place, taking nothing away from this bull, he was the oldest of his class and he just wasn't the bull for me here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ava. Our next competitor in this class, please, will be Addie Drain. Welcome to the microphone, Addie. Just a reminder for our competitors, if you can make sure you don't hold the bottom of the microphone, because make sure you do not hold the bottom of the microphone, it will cut out, and speak clearly into the microphone so our judge and other spectators can hear us all. Welcome, Addie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank everyone for allowing me to judge the cattle today, and I'd like to thank the judges, the overseers, the owners, and the sponsors for the cattle today. Today I'll be judging these lovely bulls here. So I put cow number 2 in first place, as it had a lovely straight back, a strong muscle to fat ratio, and large testicles, and it had a nice broad stance. I put in second place cow number 3, as it had a straight back, but not as much of a fair fat to muscle ratio. And in third place, I put cow number 4, as it had large testicles that I did appreciate on the cow, but it didn't quite get it into a higher place, and it had more of a feminine stature. And then in fourth place, I put cow number 1, how it had fair muscle, but a not so straight back, and it had more of a narrow stance than what I would prefer to see in a cow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Addie. Our next competitor in this age group, please, will be Maylee Collins. Before Maylee comes to the microphone, can I please also ask all 14 years age group competitors to head back to the original ring they started in, which was ring number 2. So 14 years age competitors can please head to ring number 2. You guys will be starting very soon. Welcome, Maylee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my judgment on this fine lot of Angus bulls, I would like to thank our overjudge, Jake Phillips, the Beef Show Society, and all the exhibitors here today. The order I placed these bulls in today was 2, 3, 1, 4. I put this bull here in first up there because he had that testicular development and that sire appeal that I was looking for. He also had that just nice spring of rib, and he tracked out really well. In second today, I put number 3, who had a tidy top line and was very structurally correct, who also had that sire appeal. It was the straightness in his hind legs that put him below the bull in first today. I put number 1 in third because he is masculine and lengthy, but he was just overdone today. And number 4 is such a credit to his owner, such a lovely bull, and I would be happy to put any of these out in the paddock today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maylee. Our next competitor in the 15 years age group, please, will be Sarah Bunt. Welcome to the microphone, Sarah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Bunt, and before I start, I'd like to thank the overjudge and everyone else who made this day possible. I played these Angus bulls in 3, 2, 1, 4. Number 1 just had a beautiful coat on him today and a very straight top line with a very masculine face. He also had very nice testicles lots of the characteristics that I was looking for today. The bull I placed in number 2 again had a lovely masculine face, and beautiful top line, but he just didn't have that fat and coverage through him that I was looking for today. The bull I placed in number 1, he didn't have the masculine face that I was looking for, but he did have a very long coverage and nice stance and parading. There. The bull I placed.
You're right. You're doing a really good job. Which one are you up to?
Number 4.
Just tell me what you're saying on number 4. That's all.
Number 4, he was very short. He was shorter, but his testicular structure wasn't as great. Sorry.
Well done.
This is what I wanted. As much as the free ball above him.
You're spot on. Absolutely spot on. Well done.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Our next competitor, please, in the 15 age group will be Sam Wall. Welcome, Sam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place my comments, I'd like to thank the Overjudge, Beef Australia and the cattle exhibitors. Today my order was 3, 2, 1, 4. Number 3 just stood out to me, just the well-conditioned, the masculine head and the great reproductive for the future. Number 2 had a, yet again, very good masculine head, tracked her well around the ring and stood up very good and naturally. Number 1 was very neat through the sheath, a thick brisket and a long level rump. And number 4 was a bit unbalanced for myself, conditioned throughout the body and a strong back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Our next competitor in our 15 years age group, please, will be Annika Hansen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stepped into this ring today, I was looking for the bull that was going to have that overall masculinity, have those genetic traits that you want to be passed on to your calves, and just overall just show that length, masculinity, sire appeal, width, depth, capacity, just everything. And today, for those reasons, I put bull number 2 in first. When you look at this bull, what really caught my eye in the ring today, his masculine head he carried, then he's got that neck extension about him. He's so thick through those shoulders and he carries it right along that top line with that strength of spine. And he tracked the best in his class here, good testicular development, good growth for age. This bull is really a credit to his owner and I really couldn't put him down today in the line. You've really got to admire this bull. In second today, I've got bull number 3. This bull here, he's another good bull. He did have that capacity and he was nice and wide. He showed that longevity and he was very smooth as well, very soft bull. And you can see he's got good growth for his age, like he's a very well-developed bull and he's quite large. I just felt like his head just didn't have that sire appeal that I was looking for in the ring today. But there really wasn't much to split between these first and second. They're both really great bulls and credits to their owners. In third today, I have bull number 4. Now this bull, he is one of the oldest in his class and he's not quite as large with growth. He's still a nice bull. He just didn't have that growth for age and I just felt like he didn't have that tracking ability that I was quite looking for in the ring today. I felt like he might have understepped a bit, just not structurally ideal. He just might not have that integrity that the others would have in this structure in a few years' time. But this bull, he did still show good genetic traits. He still had that good hip to pin, like even though he's understepping, he's still a great bull. In fourth today, I have bull number 1. This bull, he's another nice bull. You really do have to admire that underline. He's very tidy. He's got good testicles. I think he had the best ones out of the class. He's got a lot of bone. He's very thick again along that top line. Carries that down through his twist. I just felt like when he was walking, he was a bit straight and his tail set was a bit raised, and I felt like his back legs towards the bottom got very narrow, and I'm wondering if he will be able to support himself when he's trying to mount heifers in the future, and I'm just worried about that. But just to conclude, I'd like to take the time to thank the overjudge today, Beef Australia, the owners and exhibitors of these cattle, the sponsors, and anyone else who made this day possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annika. Our next competitor, please, in the 15 years of age group will please be Elizabeth Lawrence. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it a lovely day here at Beef Week Australia 2024? Before I place my judgment on this tremendous line of bulls, I'd just like to say thank you to our overjudge, the owners, breeders and exhibitors of these cattle, and to everyone else who made this day possible. Today I've placed these bulls in the order of 2, 3, 1, 4. When I came out here today, I was looking for a bull that was structurally sound, had that nice, even muscle and fat coverage, showed that masculinity, and was even throughout. Bull number 2 ticked all those boxes for me. He was very masculine, had that even testicular development, and was even with his muscle and fat coverage. In second, I've placed bull number 3. This bull is another great bull. He had that good growth for age, that nice muscle and fat coverage. He had that masculinity and that good testicular development. In third, I've placed bull number 1. This bull is another great bull in the class. He has that nice, tidy underline, that good testicular development, and that nice, even fat and muscle coverage. In fourth, taking nothing away from this bull, I just believe he lacked that growth for age. However, he's a nice, even, masculine bull with that good testicular development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Our final competitor in the 15 years of age group, please, will be Will Reid. Do we have Will Reid here? No, awesome. Welcome, Reid. Welcome, Will.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my presentation in this fine line of bulls, I'd like to thank the overjudge, the adjudicators, Beef Australia, my fellow competitors, and anyone that made this day possible. I put the order of these bulls in 2, 3, 1, 4. When I'm judging a line of bulls, especially Angus, I'm looking for the bare basics. I'm looking for the size of the animal and the breeding capacity. Given that, I put 2 in first for its obvious size. I look for the strength through the shoulders, strength through the back line, and strength through the waist. It's nice masculine head, and it's nice well-kept teeth, and good testicular development. I put number 3 in second. Even though it was larger than all the other competitors, I still felt it didn't have the capability of the bull I put in first. This bull, however, was still a great match. The bull I put in third was number 1. Though this bull is slightly smaller, I still feel it has a lot of positive traits about it. Though, looking towards its back line and its back legs, I could not place it over the bull I put in second. In fourth place, I put number 4. This bull is obviously smaller than the others. I didn't feel it had the breeding capacity of the others, yet it had a lot of positive traits going for it. To end this presentation, I'd like to again thank the overjudge and anyone that made this day possible.
Thank you very much, mate. That concludes our 15 years of age competitors. For our competitors that started in the Brahman heifer ring in ring 3, that should be our 8 to 11 years age competitors, and I believe also the 16s. 8 to 11 age competitors and our 16 years of age competitors. You guys are now welcome to please move over to ring number 3. You'll start your judging of your Brahman heifers. The next age group in ring number 1 will please be the 17 years of age group. From this age group, I will need Dallas Mollenhagen, Sam Kingston, Ella Fort, Dawson Jones, Cody Mortimer, Max Humphreys, Madison Orth, Grace Hughes, Ben Corey, Georgia Buchan, Becky Watton, Bella Beckman, Lucas Harms, and Jessica Martell, it looks like. If those competitors could please come up to the judges' tent, or if your names sound pretty similar to one of those, come up to the judges' tent and we'll get cracking very soon. Judges' cards back, or they're happy with the results? Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in ring number 1. We remain to judge our Angus bulls here, and welcome to our next age group. Our first competitor, please, Dallas Mollenhagen.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, fellow competitors. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our overjudge, the Beef Show Society, and anyone else who made it possible. Today, when I was judging these Angus bulls, I was looking for a bull that had that capacity, the overall masculinity, and overall growth for age. I was looking for a bull that tracked nicely through the ring and overall future development. With that in mind, place these bulls in the order of 3, 2, 1, 4. Had this bull here in first place here today because the overall bull, he oozed masculinity and sire appeal. When you look at the back of this bull, he had that tremendous spine on him and that overall thickness and depth. I love this bull for the overall presence he held in the ring and the overall size. As soon as this bull walked in the ring, he had tremendous tracking ability and good testicular development. It was this bull's overall finish and overall consistency that put it above bull number 2. Bull number 2 here today, a tremendously long bull. I admire this bull for the testicular development, that width across the spine, and that muscularity. This bull is a tremendously thick bull, and this bull's overall finish and the overall thickness across those pins there, they put it above bull number 1. Bull number 1 here, I admire this bull for that thickness in that head, that overall masculinity. When you look at this bull, you can see that bone, those front legs, and that hind quarter. This bull has tremendous across that spine, and I admire this bull for that thickness from behind. If this bull's overall finish here today, and the overall thickness across those pins, they put it above bull number 4. Bull number 4, showing tremendous bone here today. I just believe he didn't have the overall finish and the overall growth of the other bulls here today, but he's still a tremendous bull. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dallas. Our next competitor, please, in our 17 years of age group will be Sam Kingston.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my comment on these really nice lineup of bulls here today, I'd first like to thank Beef Australia, our overjudge, and anyone else who's made this day possible. I was coming out here to judge these Angus bulls today, and I was looking for 3 things: reproductively soundness, structural soundness, and functionality. And I think the bull that's gotten up there today for me, that's ticked all of those boxes, is bull number 3. I really admire this bull for his structural correctness. All the way through the body, he's very long, follows that down the back, legged into the depth, and that's the structural soundness. Into reproductive soundness, he's got those even testicles. He's very clean underneath in the sheath, and you know he's going to go out there and get calves. The bull I've put in second today was bull number 2. Another very functional bull, gets around the ring extremely well. It was just his overall masculinity and the cover that he holds on him. That's what got him over the bull I've put in third today. That was bull number 1. Taking nothing away from this bull, I just believe he just didn't have the growth for age and weight for age that the bull's above him. And just to mention that he didn't quite have that functionality that the bulls had above him. He kind of lacked in the tracking ability just a little bit there. Going down to the bull in 4th place, taking nothing away from this bull. He is a bit of a smaller bull and didn't have that growth for age. Again, another very masculine bull, and still shows that thickness throughout the body. They're all going to go out and do a great job in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Our next competitor in this age group, please, will be Ella Fort. Welcome to the microphone, Ella.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank Beef Australia and our overjudge for making this day possible. The order I put these bulls in today was 3, 2, 1, 4. When this bull number 3 walked into the ring, he just really stood out to me as that nice sire appeal. He has that nice spring of rib, and he carries that broth all across his body. This bull, he has that nice muscle development and those nice muscle patterns highlighting his masculinity. In second, I had bull number 2. This bull, he has that nice tidy underline, nice testicular development, and it was his strength of spine that got him above bull number 1. This bull, I really admire this bull for his length I admire this bull for his length, but he just lacked that structural soundness of the bulls above him. Coming down to bull number 4, this bull, he's a very masculine bull. He just didn't have that overall muscle development of the bulls above him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella. Our next competitor, please, will be Dawson Jones. Welcome, Dawson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've placed these bulls in the order of 3, 1, 2, 4. As these bulls walked into the ring, I was looking for a bull that could just do his job. I'm looking for a bull that can go out into the paddock, get those cows in calf year after year. I was looking for longevity and those attributes which I would like to be passed into my herd. But for me today, this was bull number 3. This bull number 3 has got plenty of length and depth. He carries that thickness in that muzzle which carries down that back line and into his hindquarters, and that is what got him up in first over this bull in second. This bull in second up here is another nice long bull. He has good depth about him and that nice strong head. But for me, it was this bull's overall body which carried down into those hindquarters which got him over this bull in third. This bull in third is a very similar bull to the bull I put in second. He stands on good bone and has nice testicular development. But for me, it was this bull's overall tracking ability and structure in those hindquarters which got him over the bull I put down in fourth. This bull down in fourth is a very big, fleshy bull. He's got nice broad head and he's got good depth. But it was just this bull's overall structurally correctness in those... this bull's overall lack of structural correctness down that hindquarters and into those back legs which put him down in fourth today. Before I finish, I'd like to thank Beef Australia for giving me the opportunity to speak here today, the overjudge, the owners and exhibitors of the cattle, and anyone else who made this day possible.
Thank you very much, Dawson. Our next competitor, please, will be Cody Mortimer.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I'd like to thank the overjudge, Beef Australia, and anyone else that made this day possible. Today I've placed these bulls in the order of 3, 1, 2, 4. Bull 3, I just thought he's nice and wide through the head that leads onto his back line. It's just his overall power and grunt that got him over bull number 1 in second. Bull number 1, I believe he's very deep, and it's just... he was a bit stronger over the top line than bull number 2, and that's what got bull number 2 down in the third. I reckon bull number 2 has great bone and thickness through his body, and bull number 4 into fourth place. I just believed he was a bit shorter and more compact than the other bulls above him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cody. Our next competitor, please, will be Max Humphreys. Welcome, Max.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start judging these beautiful English bulls, I'd just like to thank Beef Australia, the overjudge, and the breeders and handlers of these animals. The order I placed these bulls in today was 3, 1, 2, and 4. I placed this 3 bull in first. I just love the length and power of this bull. He holds that head up high and got a really nice sire appeal. The bull in second, he's a real carcass-based bull. I love the carcass ability of this bull. This is the bull that you want to go out and breed those steers. I'd just like to see him tidied up in those back feet a little bit. The bull in third place, this number 2 bull, I love the length and spine over this bull, the width and capacity. I just thought he lacked a bit of the structural correctness of the two bulls above him. This fourth bull I placed, I love the length and spine of this bull and the balance. I probably just thought he lacked a bit of the power and carcassability of the other bulls above him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Our next competitor is Madison North. Welcome, Madison.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, I would like to thank Beef Australia, the overjudge, owners, handlers, and exhibitors of the cattle. I placed this line of Angus bulls in the order of 2, 3, 1, and 4. The bull I placed in first here today was a nice bull. As he entered the ring, he tracked well. He had good length of body, good fat coverage, and was a nice structured bull. The bull I placed in second place here today was bull number 3. He had a nice feminine body, good structure, length and depth throughout his body. The bull I placed in number 3 was very similar to the bull I placed in second here today. He had the good structure, length, depth, and capacity through his body, and very masculine bull. The bull I placed in 4th here today was one of the smaller bulls in the class. He's a very feminine bull, and he's a credit to his owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madison. Our next competitor, please, in ring number 1 will be Grace Hughes. Grace Hughes, I should say. Thank you, Grace.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and fellow competitors. I'd like to say a quick thank you to our presenters and leaders today and our overjudge and Beef Australia for this amazing opportunity. Today I placed these bulls in the order 3, 2, 1, 4. I was looking for a bull that was going to have that structural integrity, longevity, and that overall muscle pattern to suit every single market available. Today, bull number 3 had the length, the beautiful shoulder setup. He was full and had volume and expression all through his hind quarter. He was tidy, reproductively underneath, beautiful masculine head, and had that stunning sirey appeal as he marched around the ring. Really caught my eye. He was a clear winner from day dot. Bull number 2 today, a very similar type bull, had the length, the shoulder. I just thought that he was a little bit bull-headed in the front shoulders. I thought that might not be the greatest system. Desire for our heifers that might come out of this stud. However, beautiful, lovely, full bull, had the fat coverage and evenness across him. I loved his tail set. He was still reproductively clean underneath and a very useful bull for the industry. Bull number 1, a lovely lengthy bull, beautiful shoulder setup, had the strength and the length between his hip to pin. He was reproductively clean underneath, and I love the cleanness underneath his jawline. However, I just thought that he was a little bit weak behind the shoulders today, and it might be a little bit concerning for his longevity, as I'd like to see a little bit more strength in that spine. 4th place today was bull number 4. He didn't have that growth for age today. I'd like to see a stronger muscle pattern, a stronger spine on him today. I loved his flat bone though, and his beautiful wide muzzle and broad head. He just lacked that overall breed characteristic of the Angus bull and just underdone for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. Our next competitor, please, will be Ben Carey. Welcome, Ben.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben Carey, and today I'm proudly representing Scots PGC College. Now, what an absolute outstanding lineup of 4 Angus bulls we have the opportunity to judge here this morning. I'd just like to say a big thank you to Beef Australia, Nutrient Ag Solutions, and all the breeders and handlers of these cattle. When I'm judging stud bulls, I'm looking for 3 major factors. Firstly, I'm looking for a bull with structural soundness. Secondly, reproductive soundness. And thirdly, weight and growth for age. Now, using this criteria, I've placed the following Angus bulls in the order of 2, 3, 4, 1. Up on top here today, I've gone with bull number 2. In my eyes, this bull is a standout of the class, as I believe he was the most structurally sound. He tracked around the ring freely, displayed all the correct angles in all fours. He was a very masculine bull. He was reproductively sound. He had those, I believe he had the largest testicles in the class. He was tidy under the sheath. When you get him behind him, he's got that length over that top line and width. There's plenty of muscle. He then carries that down into that deep hind quarter where he carries that muscle right into his hock. And that money cuts a meat across that top line that'll be passed off onto his offspring. But it was the overall strength of spine that this bull had that put him up in first place today, above my second place getter, bull number 3. Bull number 3, he's a very long bull. I feel like he just didn't carry the depth of body right through him as number 2 did. He was very structurally sound, reproductively sound, clean under the sheath. He had those large even testicles. It was just the length of body that this bull carried that's put him up in the second place today, above my third place getter, bull number 4. Bit of a different style of bull. Bull number 4 didn't have the length of body compared to the two bulls above him here today. He was very structurally sound, tracked around freely, but it was just the overall volume and structural soundness that this bull carried that's put him up in the third place today, above my fourth place getter, bull number 1. Bull number 1's a bull that's very soft. He's carrying plenty of length over that top line. I feel like he just didn't carry the structural soundness compared to the 3 bulls above him today. But overall, I couldn't go past bull number 2 for his exceptional volume, while also carrying that reproductive and structural soundness characteristics. I'd just like to say a big thank you to the overjudge. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Our next competitor, please. Next competitor, please, will be Georgina Buchan. Welcome, Georgina.
Good to go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Georgina Buchan, and I'm here today proudly representing Scott's PGC. Now, when I'm judging stud bulls, the 2 main things that I'm looking for is that they are structurally and reproductively sound. So with taking that in mind, I've placed these lineup of bulls in the order of 2, 3, 4, 1. Now, what a sirey bull, bull 2 is. When walking around the ring here today, he tracked freely, and when standing, he stood up square. He also seems to be a reproductively sound bull with 2 even testicles, and he's tidy under that sheath area. You get in behind him, look at that width across his top line, and look at the muscle that he carries through. But it was his overall volume that's got him placed over bull 3 in second place. Another sirey appealing bull with that masculine head. He's probably the longest bull in the class, which I really admire, but he just wasn't as structurally sound as the bull above him. Moving to bull 4 in third place. He's quite a powerful little bull. He's the oldest in the class with the smallest, so he just lacks that growth or age. He's a bit weak in those back legs as well, which just made me hesitate a little bit when he's serving these heifers and cows out there. Moving to bull 1 into fourth place. Just lack that structure, and well, not exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a bull that's able to walk around freely, and he just stepped a bit short. But I just couldn't go past bull 2 in first place. Before I go, I'd like to thank the Beef Australia, the overhead judge, breeders and handlers, and anybody else who's made this day possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgina. Our next competitor, please, will be Becky Walton. Welcome, Becky.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to, before I start today, I'd like to thank the Rockhampton community, the overall judge, the Beef 2024 committee, and everyone that can make this day possible. The order of bulls that I've placed today is 2, 3, 4, 1. Bull number 2 here, he just caught my eye the minute he walked into this ring. He's very structurally sound. He tracked very well around the ring. Got the length, he's got the depth, he's got the width. And just overall a bull that I would have in my paddock. Over here with bull number 3, he is a really good bull, very structurally sound, tracked very well, very tidy underneath. Just, he doesn't have that width I was looking for as bull number 2 did. In third place, we've got bull number 4. He's got the depth, width that I was looking for. He just looked a bit feminine for me. And a bull that I wouldn't really necessarily have in my paddock, but overall a good bull. And in fourth place, I've got bull number 1. He just didn't stand out to me. He's very feminine, doesn't really have the depth or the length. He is very tidy underneath that sheath and good testicular development. And I'd like to just thank the judges and the committee again for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Our next competitor, please, will be Bella Bickmans.
Thank you very much. Have a good day at the show.
Welcome, Bella.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start commenting on these beautiful bulls, I would like to thank Beef Australia 2024 and the over judges. I placed my order in 1-3-2-4. Number 1, when he first stepped into the ring, he stood out to me from all the others. He's beautifully clean on the underside and his testicles are perfect. When you go from the back, his back line is beautifully straight. Number 3, as well as a beautiful bull, he stands really nice, structurally sound, and has a clean underside. Although he does need to, his feet doesn't really track that well, but still beautifully sound. Number 2, in third place. A beautiful bull, has a good top line, not too clean on the underside. Got a really good masculine head, but a little bit too feminine to me. In fourth place is number 4. For this bull, he doesn't really walk that well, not really structurally sound to me, and does need a little bit of cleanup underneath. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for today.
Thank you very much, Bella. Our next competitor, please, in this age group will be Lucas Harms. Welcome, Lucas.
Before I start my judgment here today, I'd just like to thank our overjudge, the Beef Show Committee, and anyone else who made this day possible. What I was looking for in these 4 bulls out here today was a bull with structural soundness, reproductive soundness, and would be able to track around the paddock and come back to me at the end of the season and still have him around. I found that in bull number 3. This Angus bull out here has the good muscle, sire appeal, structural soundness, as well as reproductive soundness. It was this bull's length and depth and width that's got him into this position. Going into second, I've got number 2. This bull had good length and depth. It was just his overall structural soundness that has got him into this position. This bull's also got good reproductive soundness with a good length and good testicular size. Bull number 1 was put in third today. This bull's got good length and width. His structural soundness was the issue that's put him into this position. Taking nothing away from bull number 4, who's been put into fourth, I like this bull's length, width and depth. It was just this bull's overall structural soundness and testicular development that's got him into this position. Thank you. I went too fast.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you. And our final competitor in our 7 years age group, please, will be Jessica Martell. Welcome, Jessica.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Jess Martell, and I'm proudly representing Scott's PGC. I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who made this day possible, Beef Australia and the overjudge. When I'm judging stud bulls, I'm looking for 3 factors: that masculine sire look to them, the structural soundness, and reproductive soundness. Taking this into consideration, bull 2, he's my first place getter. He just tracked beautifully around the ring. He's got that powerful masculine look about him. He's got that straight top line, and I just couldn't go past him. Moving to second place, bull 1. He, as well as a beauty of a bull, he's probably more structurally sound than the bull above him, but just lacked that growth for age, which let him down. But he as well was a very nice bull, and it was tough competition between my 2 place getters. Moving to third place, bull 3. He's the biggest in the class, but he just lacked in his reproductive soundness with uneven testicles, which let him down, but he as well, biggest in the class. Moving to fourth place, he's as well a great bull. He just was the smallest in the class. But yeah, overall, taking nothing away, they're all very tough competition and all great bulls. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica.
The bull I placed in first, bull number 3, he's ticking all those boxes. He's got this beautiful weight for age, he's the heaviest in the class. He's got the biggest frame and the biggest fleshing. Easy muscling, that is distributed.
Right, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, moving on now to our final age group in this ring. We will have our 12 to 13 years competitors. For our 12 to 13 years competitors, can we please have up to the judges stand? Isla Muggleton, Ava Creek, Matilda Holton Grounden, Imogen Land, Jared Mahoney, Madison McAllister, Carolyn Segman, Ella, it looks like Riddle, competitor number 67, Ella, Braxton Dallas, and Amelia Lawrence. If those competitors could please come up to the judges stand, we'll get rolling with you guys in just a moment, and we will be continuing to judge these Angus bulls. Thank you very much to our exhibitors and the handlers for parading these animals here this morning. Our competitors in this age group, our 12 to 13 years competitors, will have competitor number 40, Isla Muggleton, competitor number 52, Ava Creek, competitor number 76, Matilda Holt Grounden, competitor number 82, Imogen Land, competitor number 87, Jared Mahoney, competitor number 88, looks like Marilyn or Madison McAllister, competitor number 99, Carlton Segman, competitor number 67, Ella Riddle, competitor number 58, Braxton Dallas, it looks like, and competitor number 83, Amelia Lawrence. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in our age group, 12 to 13 years of age, our first competitor, Isla Muggleton. Welcome, Isla.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Isla Muggleton, and I'm proudly representing Scott's PGC College. The order I put this lineup of Angus bulls today was 4, 2, 3, 1. I put number 4 in first place because the first thing that caught my eye was just the way he walked out. He was very balanced and he was very sturdy, and when he stopped, he had a nice straight, square stance and really nice angles on his legs, and that's just, it's up the top for me because it means he'll last longer, and he's just, yeah. He's got nice even testicles, a nice top line, and probably the lengthiest bull in the class. In second place, I put number 2. He's a lovely bull. He's got a great top line and pretty much most of the attributes as the bull placed above him. However, I feel like he's a bit post-legged, a bit more post-legged than the bull placed above him. In third place, I put number 3. Again, a very nice bull. However, he just doesn't have as a straight stance, although he's got very nice straight, even testicles and great muscling on him. And lastly, in fourth place, I put number 1. He just wasn't quite there for me. He's a lovely lengthy bull, however he just didn't walk out as much as the others placed above him, and just didn't quite have the muscling or the growth for age as the others placed above him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isla. Our next competitor, please, will be Ava Creek. Welcome to the microphone, Ava.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place these bulls in order, I would like to thank the Overjudge and the Beef Society, plus anyone who can make this day possible. In first place, I put number 3 because he had a great testicle development and good masculinity in the face. In second place, I put number 1 because he had good tracking, good structure and masculinity in the body. In third place, I put number 4 because he had good depth in body and great width across his whole body and good testicle development, which was what I was looking for. In last place, I put bull number 2 because he had good structure, depth of body and width across his whole body and a good masculinity in the face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ava, and nice work. Do we have Matilda Holt-Grunden? Welcome to the microphone.
Thank you. Before I place my comment on these Angus bulls, I'd like to thank Beef Australia, the judge, and everyone else who made this day possible. Today, I was looking for a bull that could do the job day in, day out. And bull number 3 stood out to me because he has the length and width that I was looking for. He's structurally sound. He has really good testicular development. In second place, I placed bull number 2. It was a hard pick between bull number 3 and bull number 2. He has really good depth and width through him, but his testicular development just put him down today. In third place, I've placed bull number 1. Nothing taken away from this bull. He's a great bull. He's just lacking in the width and the depth for me. In place number 4, I've placed bull 4. He's a great bull, but he's just lacking in the width and depth for me today. Thank you.
That was terrible.
No, thank you very much, Madison. Fantastic work. Our next competitor, please, in this age group will be Imogen Land. Welcome to the microphone, Imogen.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place my judgment on this fine draft of bulls I have here today, I would just like to thank the Overjudge, owners and exhibitors, Beef Australia Committee, and my fellow competitors here today. Today I placed these bulls in the order of 3, 2, 1, 4. I placed number 3 in first place because it was the most biggest form and had the biggest frame. He also had nice testicular development, and his tracking was also good. In second place today, I placed number 2. This was because his back legs were nice and his sheath was good. Unfortunately, his testicular development is what put him down today, and he should have a stronger top line. In third place today, I put number 1. This is because he had a nice top line, but his tracking was not as good as the other ones. He's still a really good bull though. And then in fourth place, I had number 4. He's a nice bull. He was just lacking some masculinity, but his tracking was nice and good. His sheath was also a little bit small. All of these animals are a credit to their owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imogen. Our next competitor, please, will be Jared Marnie. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place my judgment on this amazing line of bulls, I'd just like to thank the overjudge, Mr. Flanders, Beef Australia for putting on this event, the owners and exhibitors of this cattle, and anyone else who can make this day possible. Today, what I was looking for in my bulls is a nice muscly bull with good muscle definition in him, a bull that's going to be able to track out into the paddock and go and serve my cows. Keeping that in mind, I had the order of 3, 2, 1, 4. This bull up in first place today, he just ticked all the boxes for me, has great muscle definition and carries it throughout his whole body. He tracks out really nice and has good structure about him. This bull down in second place today, he had a great hooded eye and still had that good structure and muscle, but it's just the overall size that has him in second place. Down in third place today, bull number 1, once again with that good muscle definition. It's just his size that's got him down there today. Bull in fourth place today, he's just one of the smallest bulls here, didn't track out as well as the bulls above him, and that's why he's in fourth place today. These animals are still a big credit to their owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jared. Our next competitor, please, in ring number 1 will be Madeline McAllister. Welcome, Madeline.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place this line of bulls, I would like to say thank you to the overjudge, the Beef Week Show Society, and whoever else who made this day possible. In first place today, I put bull number 3. I put this bull in first place because he tracks well, he has a good top line, he has good testicle development, and he looks very masculine. In second place today, I put bull number 2. I put this bull in second place today because although he doesn't track as well as the bull in front of him, he has a good top line, he looks very masculine, and he has good testicle development. In third place today, I put bull number 1. I put this bull in third place today because he has good testicle development, although he doesn't track as well as the bull in front of him. In fourth place today, I put bull number 4. I put this bull in fourth place today because although he doesn't track as well as the bulls in front of him, or he doesn't look as masculine, he has a good top line and he has good testicle development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next competitor, please, will be Lawson Sedgman. Welcome, Lawson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my comment on this fine line of masculine Angus bulls, I'd like to thank the overjudge, the exhibitors of these cattle, and the Beef Show Society. In first place today, I've put bull number 3. He's a lovely muscled bull with great structure, a tidy underline, and he tracks out really well. In second place today, I've put bull number 2. He has lovely hooded eye, muscle, structure, and he has a nice broad muscle. In third place today, I've put bull number 1. He is a bull with nice muscle, structure, broadness, testicular development. In fourth place today, I've put bull number 4. Although a lovely structured bull with nice hooded eye, he just wasn't tracking as well as the other bulls ahead of him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson. Our next competitor, please, will be Ella Geddes. Welcome, Ella.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I place judgment on the stunning line of Angus bulls, I'd like to thank the overjudge, Mr. Phillips, for his time and effort, the Beef Australia Society for putting this event on again this year, and the handled exhibitors of these animals for making this day happen. Today when I'm judging bulls, I'd like to see a bull with good depth, nice length, and a bull that's going to go out the paddock and do his job well. And today, bull number 2 did that for me. He's a nice bull, not too loose, he's got good depth. Honestly, he's a real package, and I would be outstanding to have him in my paddock today. In second place today is bull number 3. Again, a very nice bull. He has good bone, nice top line. I just feel like he was a bit straight in the legs for my liking. Taking nothing away from this bull in here, third place today, bull number 1. Again, another very nice bull, nice and smooth. I just believe he could improve on his tracking ability around the ring. In fourth place today is bull number 4. Again, another nice bull, very chunky. He's got a good top line. I just think he stepped under himself a bit today. Taking nothing away from his animals, they're credit to their owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella. Our next competitor, please, will be Braxton Dallas. Welcome, Braxton.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my vote on this fine line of heifers, I'd like to thank the overjudge, Mr. Phillips, and the Beef Society of 2024. In first, I put heifer, bull number 1, because it had a very strong top line, good length and width, good growth, tracked well, stood up good. And in second, I put number 3 because it had good capacity. He was a long bull, however, he wasn't tracking as good as number 1. And in third, I put number 4, good testicle development, strength in spine, however, didn't have the growth for its age. And in fourth, I had 4, and it tail sat too high, which led to being too straight. However, in the back legs, it was very strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Braxton. And our final competitor in this age group, please, will be Amelia Lawrence. Welcome, Amelia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I pass my judgment on this fine line of bulls, I'd just like to say how much of an opportunity it is to be here today and have the honour to judge these bulls. With that, I'd like to thank the overjudge and Beef Australia for hosting this event. Here today, I've placed the bulls in the order of 2, 1, 3, 4. I placed bull number 2 in first here today because I feel like he tracks good around the ring, has a good testicular development and masculinity that I was looking for in a bull. Here in second day is bull number 1. Again, this bull tracks out good and he has a good growth for age. Here in third day is bull number 3. This bull again has a good growth for age, but I feel like he just lacks that tracking ability compared to the ones above him. Here in fourth day is bull number 4. Taking nothing away from this bull, I just feel like he lacks the masculinity that I was looking for in a bull today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amelia, and thank you very much, our overjudge, Mr. Jake Phillips, for your time adjudicating our competitors in these 3 age groups you've had before us. We won't ask you to speak just yet. We might get everyone together before we pass comment on our Angus bulls. If you guys want to hang fire for 1 second, and I'll find out what our other rings are up to, and we'll get you guys rolling very soon. But thank you very much for your time and your effort preparing and exhibiting these animals. in front of it? We'll leave it there and we might. We'll have it in the background of the photos anyway, won't we?
Do we want to turn it around the other way?
Yep.
All right, kids, if you guys could all make your way towards ring 1, and just find a spot somewhere around the ring. We're going to have Jake Phillips pass his comment on the Angus bulls first. So if you didn't get to speak, just take note of what Jake says, what the order was. It is really hard because your points is split between the 3 classes. So if you haven't done well in one class, it could knock you out of the top 10, which is unfortunate, but definitely take from this experience and listen and learn, because when you get to these kind of competitions like you do down at the Ekka in Sydney and all that, this is how they're run, so it's always good to get a bit of practice in.
Right to go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you around the ring, I'd just like to ask you to do one thing, please, and put your hands together for these amazing young people. That we have had passing their comments and putting themselves out there, hey? This is probably one of the first junior judging competitions that I've been able to adjudicate where every single person spoke on the microphone. Well done. Just some feedback to you. Just remember that some of the advice that some of the judges might have given you about accuracy of observation and the ability to compare animals. Some of the comments that I certainly heard on these Angus cattle were accurate, and some of the comments were not accurate. And so don't get too caught up in perhaps what some of your friends might have said or what you've heard other judges say. You just tell us what you see, because the most important thing here is that you see these cattle for what they are, and then you can showcase your ability to adjudicate and to pass comment on the comparisons between the animals. For me, I had a very small split between first and second, and then I had a slightly larger split between second and third and fourth. For me, this was quite a difficult class to judge initially, but having seen these bulls now for the last few hours, I'm quite confident that the order I've put them in is best for me and my production system. And that could be very different to you at home. And so we can both be right and we can both be wrong. And I think where the difference will come today in the placings is for those students and those young people that have been able to explain their observations better, and particularly explain the differences between these bulls. There is one bull out here today, ladies and gentlemen, that has the most capacity, the most carcass. He's the heaviest bull. He's got a moderate maturity pattern, and that is bull number 3. He was my first place getter, but only by 2 points. For me, from a side view, incredibly impressive bull. The bull that the reason he's in first place is actually because he has the most depth through the heart girth and depth through the flank and the most capacity in the class. I had to compromise on this bull, if I'm being honest with you. He's probably not quite as clean through the shoulder as what I would ideally like, and in fact, bull number 2 was cleaner through the shoulder. He probably was more mobile, but he gives up a fair bit of depth and a fair bit of capacity, particularly in the heart girth, to bull number 3. So if I come back to those 3 kind of fundamentals, remember when we put them in the blender and they get all blended up and somehow we need to make a decision, I've had to make less compromises with my bull in first place, and in fact I think he's probably the closest to what I was looking for today. The second, which is just that little bit trimmer, he probably is going to mature into a slightly larger bull. He's a larger frame than the bull I've used in first place. He's perhaps the longest bull in the class. He certainly was very mobile, but it was that capacity and overall muscling, particularly when you get on the side of him, that is the reason that he's in second and not into first. I could handle those bulls either way. So if you put second in first, it hasn't wrecked your day from this ring at least. As we start to move down the line, we start to compromise just a little bit more on what we had that picture, that silhouette in our mind that we've been busy colouring in. Bull number 1, I had in third place. He has probably got the strongest top in the class. He's got a lovely amount of eye muscle area. He's a nice long bull. Just to jog your memory, he was also the bull that was probably the least mobile in the class. Lots of these bulls had to take their place in first to get this bull leading. He probably wasn't just as happy. He's had a big week here at Beef, like us all, and perhaps doesn't quite have that stretch out through the forequarter. And it was that overall mobility, which is the reason I had him into third, and I couldn't quite find him further up the line. The bull in fourth, which is number 4, is a very, very interesting bull. When he first came into the ring, I personally thought he could be the winner. He's quite moderate, he's got plenty of depth of body, but when you get up close to this bull, he's got a fair bit of angle to his pasterns, he's probably not quite as accurate in his foot shape, he's extremely mobile, and I really love that about the bull, but a lot of his capacity is actually there through softness. And so it was that overall muscularity that the 3 bulls had above him, which is the reasons that they've filled the first, second, third places, and he's unfortunately found himself into 4th. So I'd just like to congratulate you on your job that you've done today. It makes me extremely proud to work in the beef industry, to see people like yourselves, and just 2 pieces of advice. Dream big and work hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. And before our Angus leaders leave the ring, and while they can still hear us, can we please give them a big round of applause for standing out here and bringing cattle out? It's been a big week for everyone involved, so to thank you very much. If we can get all the kids to sort of just move around and come over towards ring 2, we're just going to move you to the cattle, not the cattle to you. It just makes a bit more sense. Let's get a group photo. Around the bulls. Over the other side. We'll hand over to PJ Butler to pass comment on our Brahman bulls.
Find a place there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls. I think before I describe the 4 bulls that we evaluated this morning, I think let's just give a big round of applause to all our juniors that competed, and there's so much talent here, and there's so much future, and this is actually the exciting part of Beef 2024, because as you project 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, this is going to be the leadership that moves our industry forward. And I came from a country that didn't have a system like this. We were thrown in with the seniors, and you sank or you swam or sank. And you've got a huge advantage, and use this advantage. Use these opportunities to immerse yourself in the industry and flavor yourself in this cattle industry that we're all obsessed with and passionate about and addicted to. A brief comment that I feel I need to say this, because I think that had I been put through the system, I wouldn't have got a chance to speak, because my placings would have been very different to the overjudges at the time. So the juniors that didn't get to speak, don't lose heart, guys. Like, you just placed them differently to me, and I'm convinced there's some of you who could have explained very well and would have changed some minds. So this is a process. There has to be a process to eliminate some people just for time reasons. But I really feel strongly about that. We don't all have to sort them the same way. That people have different objectives and resources, and you come from different environments. So if you didn't get to speak today, I don't feel that like you've done anything lesser than the groups that did get to speak. So we've got a group of 4 Brahman bulls, they're 16-month-old bulls, and as we ask our first place to lead off, here's a bull that's just tremendous in terms of masculinity, mass, and muscle. A bull that's sound in his feet and legs. He really reaches well through his shoulder. He's got some chest floor and base width to him. And when you look over his top, he's full of muscle over his ribeye and loin and rump. He's full in his twist and his wide stifle to stifle. A bull that's got some cushion in his lower joints, and he's got a good enough size and shape foot to him. Good testicle size, shape, and suspension. You could tidy him up a little bit in his sheath, but it's still a practical sheath with a small prepuce opening. I like the softness of this bull. He's well muscled, he's got muscle tone and shape to him, but he's still nicely fleshed over his rib cage with adequate depth of body and internal dimension. Our second place bull, as he leads off, I love the breed character and masculinity and quality in this bull's skull and jaw. A bull that's got a good maturity pattern to him, is a nice earlier maturing bull. A bull that's also full in his hip and hind quarter. A bull that moves really well on his feet and legs. Now, relative to the bull that won the class, I'd like to strengthen him behind the hump, just fill him up in that forerib and attach his spine to his chine with a little bit more strength. But in terms of type and kind, I love this bull. I like his testicle size and shape. I'd like to maybe clean up his prepuce opening a little bit, just make him a little bit more practical there in his sheath, but that's an outstanding herd bull too. Our third place bull, here's a bull that's slightly different now, one that hasn't quite got that masculinity through his neck. You're not quite seeing that testosterone flow yet, so that means he's going to come a little bit later. A bull that also has a very practical sheath under him. I'd like to maybe give him a little bit more shape to his testicles, maybe shorten him in that scrotal neck slightly. What I'd like to change the most in this bull is he's got some swelling on his hocks, so we'd like to clean him up a little bit in his joints, just to make him slightly more flexible, give him a touch more longevity for the long run. But he's a balanced bull. A lot of you mentioned that he's maybe a little shorter spined. There are a lot of environments that'll take a bull like this that's a little more compact and shorter spined. They tend to fight it out slightly better in the harsher environments. Then in fourth place, we've got a red bull that is really good in his upper skeleton, a bull that's clean in his shoulder. He's got really good angle in his shoulder as that angle blends back into his forerib. He's nicely muscled over his top hip and rump. He's got some extension from his shoulder into his neck. A bull that's neck comes out of the top of the shoulder, which I really like. A bull that's tidy in his sheath and good in his testicle size and shape. So there are a couple of things I'd like to change about this bull. I'd like to change his foot size and shape. I'd like to give him a stronger foot and a deeper heel, and I'd like to just fill him up in his center body, give him a slightly more internal dimension and performance. A bull that could do with a slightly earlier maturity pattern too. But this is still a safe option. He's a bull that's so good in his skeleton. There's longevity built into this bull. He's flexible through his shoulder and hind leg. And for his type and kind, he's got some base width and chest floor when he moves away from you. So 4 outstanding 16-month-old bulls. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Thank you for your patience and being prepared to come out here and lead cattle around on the last day of beef. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me to do this. It's obviously a huge pleasure and an honor. And like I said to all the young people earlier, seize this opportunity. It's an amazing program to be part of this. Don't take it for granted. Most of the world doesn't have these opportunities, and in 10, 20 years' time, you're going to be so far ahead of your peers in other countries. So take it. Don't squander this. The people have put together a program that's going to enrich you and immerse you into what I think is the best industry in the world. Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, PJ. And while the Brahman bulls are still in earshot, just one more round of applause for the handlers and breeders and exhibitors. All right, we're all going to move round to the Brahman heifers now. Thank you. Can I ask go through, please, guys? Thank you. That's probably not the best idea, guys. Beautiful. Our final judge today to pass comment on her selections is Stephanie Laycock.
Thank you. Before I pass my comment on these heifers, I'd like to thank all of the young competitors here today. You guys have done an amazing job in judging these cattle, and it's a great opportunity that you have to observe these heifers and enter such a great competition. I'd also like to thank Beef Australia for inviting me to judge here today. It's a great calibre of judges that you guys have been judged by today, so I'm very excited to be able to judge alongside them and to hear their comments as well. There were some very, very knowledgeable people, and hopefully you were all paying attention. I placed these heifers in the order of 4, 3, 2, 1. For me, that was just what made sense for what we were looking for. We both breed stud females and commercial cattle, and at the end of the day, you're using your females to breed commercial relevant cattle. This heifer in first place, number 4, I just found that she had the most capacity. She had that volume through that midsection. She had a beautiful shape down that hindquarter, had the best bone in the class. She still had that softness and that femininity, and it was just the overall capacity of that female that got her into first place today. I would just like to say, if anything, I would have liked to have tidied her up a little bit in those front legs, but I found that most of these heifers in the class had a little bit of a tracking ability issue. So for me, it was just that overall capacity of her compared to the other heifers that still allowed her to be first place today. The heifer I placed in second, number 3, you've got to admire the length in this heifer. She's beautiful and feminine. She's refined through that front end. She's got beautiful shape over that hindquarter as well. You can see she just carries that softness the whole way through that body, but she didn't quite have that depth of body through that midsection and quite that springer rib of the heifer above her. But it was just that overall femininity and that refinement that got her into second place today over the heifer in third. I really admire this little young heifer. She's a couple of months younger, but she's got plenty of softness. You can see she's beautiful and deep. She's got all those maternal characteristics we're looking for. She walks out pretty well. She's very strong over that top line. It was the strength over that top line that got her over the heifer in fourth place today. And yes, she didn't have quite the tidy underline of the heifers above her, which is what got her down into third place. But you just had to admire the overall maternal characteristics of that heifer and that wedginess and that softness. And that's what got her into third place here today. The heifer that I placed in fourth place, number 1, I really admired the growth for age for this heifer. She's got a lot of scale. She's going to be a larger frame female than the heifer we placed in third, but she's still got that length of body. She's got that refinement and that femininity, but she just didn't quite have that depth of flank and that squareness through the hindquarter, which is why I put her down into fourth place today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Now, if all you kids could now make your way back round to ring 1, we'll do some presentations.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome over to the front judges tent our over judges. We'll have Stephanie Laycock, we'll have Jake Phillips and PJ Budley. If you guys could all please, very warm welcome to our over judges. Thank you very much, guys, for your work this morning. Thank you very much also to a representative from Datamars, Mr. Mark Pearce, is it? Welcome, Mark. You're welcome to come over as well. Also, thank you very much, Mark, for putting on a lot of sponsorship for our junior paraders and our junior judges judging here this morning. Thank you very much to our sponsors. These events simply just do not happen without them. We'll get rolling right away, and we will start with the presentations of our senior age groups first. We will begin, please, with our 18 years and under 25 years age group. This is class 54 for our young judges competition. In 5th place, congratulations to Tim Connor. If our judges would like to come over. In 4th place, congratulations to Kiralee Streeter. In 3rd place, congratulations to Alicia Troto. Alicia Trotello, congratulations in 3rd place. And in 2nd place, congratulations to Charlie Tucker. Well done, Charlie. And in 1st place for our 18 to under 25 years age group, congratulations, Alexandria Olive. Right, as we like our last couple of snaps there, congratulations very much to our competitors in our 18 to under 25 years age group. Our next age group will be our Young Judges Competition Class 53, our 17 years of age group. In 5th place in this class, congratulations to Max Humphreys. In 4th place, congratulations to Georgina Buchan. In 3rd place, congratulations to Ella Fort. In 2nd place, congratulations, Ben Carey, I should say. Well done, Ben Carey. In 1st place for our 17 years of age group, well done to Sam Kingston. You guys want to quickly get into your place order. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, our next age group will be Class 52, our 16 years of age group for our Young Judges competition. In 5th place, congratulations to Darcy Burton. That's Darcy, competitor. My apologies, Darcy. Bruton, congratulations there in 5th place. And in 4th place, congratulations to Isabella Lower. In 3rd place, congratulations to Angus, it looks like Tonron, Angus Tonron. Tyron. My apologies, Johnson, Angus Johnson, congratulations there in 3rd place. In 2nd place, congratulations, Georgina Lynch. Congratulations, Georgina Lynch in 2nd place. And in 1st place for our Class 52, 16 years of age group, Hamish Genrich. Well done, Hamish. Perfect, ladies and gentlemen. My handwriting now, so I should nail this class. This is our Class 51, age 15 years for our Young Judges competition. In 5th place, congratulations to Ava Smith. In 4th place, congratulations, Maylee Collins. Well done, Maylee. And in 3rd place, congratulations, Ben Kingston. Well done, Ben. And then in 2nd place, congratulations, Annika Hansen. And in 1st place for our Class 51 age group for 15 years of age, Young Judges competition, Elizabeth Lawrence. Well done. Fantastic work there for our 15 years of age group. Well done. We'll move on now to our Class 50, 14 years of age for our Young Judges competition. In 5th place, well done to Andy Mulcahy. As Andy makes the hike over here, we'll announce our 4th place winner, and in congratulations, 4th place, Polly White. Well done, Polly. And in 3rd place, congratulations, Amelia Miller. In 2nd place, congratulations, Rihanna McIntyre. And in 1st place for our Class 50, 14 years of age Young Judges competition, our competitor, Joshua Williams. A round of applause for our 14 years of age group. Well done, competitors. We'll move on now to our 12 years and under 13, so 12 and 13 years, I should say, class 49. In 5th place, well done, Jared Mahoney. In 4th place, Lawson Sedman. Well done, Lawson. In 3rd place, I'm pretty sure I had it before, was is it Madison? Madison McAllister. Marilyn, I should say. I was right. Madison, it is Madison. Madison McAllister, well done there in 3rd place. Come up and grab your awards. And in 2nd place, well done, Ella Geddes. And in 1st place for our 12 and 13 years age group, Imogen Land. Well done, Imogen. One more age group, then we're on. Fantastic work there for all of our 12 and 13 years of age competitors. One last snap from our photographers here. And we'll be moving straight into our Class 48. This is our youngest age group, 8 years to 11 years competitors. Congratulations. In 5th place to Samuel Ford. Congratulations in 4th place to Nathan Walters. Congratulations in 3rd place to Georgie Streeter. George Streeter, I should say. Well done, George. In second place, congratulations, competitor number 33, Harper. Harper Will, that is. Congratulations, Harper Will. And in first place, congratulations in our 8 to 11 years age group, Sky White. Well done, Sky. Well done, Sky. We'll get our ribbon banner to you. We'll grab a quick photo. In a very few moments, we'll be announcing our grand champion judge, our grand champion young judge for our Beef 2024. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the final stages of our Beef Australia 2024 awards ceremony for our young judges competition. Thank you very much again to our over judges, PJ Budler, Stephanie Laycock and Jake Phillips, and our representatives here from Datamars, Mark Peters. Thank you very much, Mark, and from all the Datamars team putting together these events are simply not possible without the fantastic sponsors, so we really appreciate your support and the naming sponsors Nutrient Ag Solutions of Beef Australia 2024. He'll be presenting in front of us at the moment the Perpetual Trophy, only recently started our previous beef, the Angus and Vicky Lane Perpetual Trophy for our best junior judge, our best young judge. If we are set to rock and roll, it is my absolute pleasure to announce our champion junior judge this year, the winner of our senior age group, Alexandria Olive. With over 400 competitors here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic effort for all of our junior judges. Thank you everyone who jumped up on a microphone. It's not an easy feat and you've all done a fantastic job. You should all be very proud of yourselves, proud of your schools. While Alexandria comes in for a quick interview and we'll grab a couple of quick snaps, I'd love to extend a huge thank you to all of our cattle exhibitors, the owners of those cattle also. Thank you very much to all the stewards which helped out in the ring or collecting or entering data. It's been a mean feat to get all of this together this morning. Well done very much to Miss Ruby Canning for putting this show together for our young judges competition. It's not an easy job by any means to collate such large numbers to get this whole show on the road. She's done a fantastic job. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you guys have a very, very smooth afternoon and will enjoy the last few days of Beef Australia 2024.